Thank you for the singing of the national anthem. We may be seated. I would like to call upon the Deputy Speaker, Chair of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Mr. Tulani Kunene, Honorable Tulani. Please, sir.
Good morning. Honorable Speaker, guests, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of Blind SA, and most importantly, the youth gathered here today. We are honored as the legislature to host you on this day, the 4th of October. This occasion is both historic and symbolic. By opening the doors of this chamber, we affirm that young people with disabilities are not on the margins of our democracy, but are firmly placed at the center of our country's future. Blind SA, now celebrating 79 years of existence, has for decades stood as a beacon of resilience, dignity, and advocacy. Established by the blind, for the blind, the organization has been tireless in advancing the rights of the visually impaired. Its contribution as the largest producer of Braille in all of South Africa's official languages reflects a profound commitment to ensuring that access to education and information is not regarded as a privilege, but recognized as a basic human right. Beyond this, Blind SA has established a youth committee dedicated to addressing the concerns of young people, an early childhood development committee that works to expose children to education and opportunities from the earliest stages, and an economic empowerment division that provides training, entrepreneurship development, and pathways into employment. We note that Blind SA also manufactures and repairs assistive devices which allows persons with visual impairments to lead independent lives. And it has taken an active role in shaping national legislation through its advocacy on the Copyright Amendment Bill and the Marrakesh Treaty. As the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, our role is to remain a people's assembly that gives practical meaning to the principles of democracy, inclusivity, and accountability. By hosting this youth parliament in our chamber, we are affirming that the voices of young people with disabilities are a vital part of the democratic process. We have supported Blind SA not only with the use of this chamber, but with the expertise of our proceeding teams who have assisted in training participants on the rules and procedures that govern our legislature. In doing so, we seek to ensure that this parliament is not only symbolic exercise, but a credible and empowering platform one that mirrors the structures and standards of our democratic institutions, and the one that prepares young people to engage meaningfully with governance and lawmaking. This role is not merely an act of goodwill, but part of our mandate to exercise oversight, to ensure accountability, and to promote public participation in all its diverse forms. While we celebrate these achievements, we must also acknowledge the realities that remain. Our Constitution guarantees equality, dignity, and right to participate fully in society. However, rights are enshrined in law mean very little if they do not, rights that are enshrined in law mean very little if they do not translate into lived opportunities. The truth is that access to quality education and assistive technology is still uneven, that employment opportunities for young people with disabilities remain limited, and that too many of our public spaces, transport systems, and even digital platforms remain inaccessible. These barriers must not obscure the reality that young people with disabilities bring to our society: courage, creativity, and determination. Their lived experiences provide unique perspectives that are essential in shaping our schools, workplaces, communities, and policies that govern our nation. The real disability lies not with the individual, but with a society that fails to remove barriers. And as often been said, the worst form of disability is when society disables one. The task before us, therefore, is therefore clear. We must strengthen our education and skills development systems by ensuring inclusive curricula, adaptive tools, and the proper training of educators. We must promote genuine economic empowerment through mentorships, internships, and employment pathways that recognize talent and ability rather than focusing on limitation. Most importantly, we must amplify and support the voices of young people, because policies about persons with disabilities should never be made without their full and active participations. At the same time, we must remind ourselves that the responsibility does not lie only with government, civil society, and institutions. To the youth who are gathered here today, the responsibility is also yours. You must claim your rightful space in society. Use your voices with confidence and continue to challenge stereotypes while proposing solutions. Your role is not to wait to be included, but to lead with assurance, knowing that your contribution is indispensable to the progress of South Africa. As we are reminded, sight does not determine the final vision. The Youth Parliament is therefore not a symbolic exercise. It is a platform for training in leadership and governance, an opportunity to gain exposure to the protocols, laws, and policies of our democracy, and most importantly, a space to build a legacy for future generations. Indeed, nothing about the youth should be decided without the youth. Let us be guided by the words of Helen Keller, who said, "Alone we can do little, together we can do so much." Let us ensure that when history looks back upon us, it will say, this was a moment when Gauteng unlocked the full potential of its youth, regardless of ability. The youth of today cannot be expected to fight the struggles of yesterday, nor shed the tears of their forefathers. Today, you are not only participating in shaping your future, you are shaping the very soul of our democracy. I thank you, Chairperson, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tulani Kunene. Officer Ishmael, you'll maybe confirm with me if we may call the next speaker Vuyo. Okay, I now would like to welcome the President of Blind SA, Mr. Christo de Klerk, just to give us a word of welcome and appreciation from Blind SA. You may address us from where you're seated, sir.
Where is it?
You are clearly audible. That's it.
Honorable Speaker, I must say I have absolutely no idea what rule I'm rising on, and I hope that's not going to deter proceedings for the next 3 hours. But as Martin Luther King said in, I think it was 1581, here I stand, I cannot otherwise, may God help me. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you here today. You know, when you reach my age, you reach a stage where you forget what people tell you earlier in the day, but you can still vividly remember your youth. And it is with great pleasure that I remember my youth when I was young, as many of you are today. And it is always a joy telling stories about that time. And the other day I was doing that and somebody said to me that you must please write your memoirs. I said to him, but you must be careful what you ask for because you may well feature in my memoirs. But I welcome you, young people. This is all about you and for you. It is important to you and to Blind SA. It is important because Blind SA strives to empower our young people, and this is one of the ways in which we are trying to do that. It is important to you because we want you to take our organization further and to become the leaders. You are the future leaders. You know, it was interesting to hear in the representative of GPL's talk a few minutes ago that he had the courage to mention the Marrakesh Treaty. Now, I say had the courage to do so because actually on the behalf of government he should be ashamed of it. But he had the courage to mention it, and I commend him for that. The Marrakesh Treaty is already 12 years old, and we seem to be no closer to ratifying it. Not only is it over 12 years old, also after our victory in the Constitutional Court, 5 months have elapsed since then, and still government has not made a move of it. So talking about it is not ratifying it. We've heard more than enough talks about it. It is time for action. And you, the young people, you must become advocates for getting government to ratify the Marrakesh Treaty. We don't want you to become as old as I am now and government still dragging its feet with ratifying the Marrakesh Treaty. You must be empowered. Through the years, many blind people have not had quality education. In fact, many blind people have not had any education. You are fortunate that you've had education. Some of you, in some of the schools, you cannot actually claim quality education, but you had education. But it is your responsibility now to become advocates for quality education, because you can only become leaders if you have had quality education. And as the theme is inclusion, there can only be inclusion if there is no discrimination and if you have quality education. So you need to strive for that. I wish you everything of the very best for the conference. I'm looking forward to being here with you, to hear your thoughts, and it is high time that we listen to your thoughts. So have a good conference and everything of the best. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Christo de Klerk, thank you so much for the address. And I would now like to re-welcome, or now in the new session, fresher one, welcome Honourable Jabulani Ngobo, the Director of Inclusive Education at the South African National Department of Education. Sir, apologies for cutting you the previous time, but we are mainly here because of you and the work that you do on a daily basis. We are all yours, sir, and we are happy to hear your address. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. I am getting into the page quickly. Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me first greet Honourable Speaker of the National Youth Parliament, Honourable members of the Youth Parliament, honoured guests, good morning. Honourable Speaker, it is my honour to stand before you today at this National Youth Parliament. This platform is a testament to the belief that when young voices are amplified, societies grow stronger and futures grow brighter. Honourable Speaker, the theme for this year's Youth Parliament is Vision Behind Sight, Advancing Inclusive Education and Equal Participation in South Africa. This is, Honourable Speaker, a powerful and timely message. It reminds us that inclusion goes beyond physical disability. It is actually, Honourable Speaker, about recognizing and nurturing the potential, the vision and the voice that every young person carries with them. Honourable Speaker, when we speak of vision behind sight, we are reminded that vision is not merely what we see with our eyes, but also the dreams that we imagine, the futures which we shape, and the contributions we make. Honourable Speaker, our young people who are blind or visually impaired remind us daily that sight is one way of experiencing the world, but it is not the only way of shaping it. Honourable Speaker, true vision lies in our collective determination to build a South Africa where barriers are removed, addressed and prevented, where differences are celebrated, and where no learner is left behind. Honourable Speaker, I believe that this is the essence of inclusive education. Honourable Speaker, as a Department of Basic Education, we remain committed to the principles of Education White Paper 6, which envisions an inclusive education and training system that identifies, addresses and prevents barriers to learning and development. Honourable Speaker, we don't take this as a small undertaking. It requires us to ensure that every child, whether sighted, blind, partially sighted, deaf, hard of hearing, or facing any other barrier, can access education of quality in an environment that recognizes their dignity and worth. Honourable Speaker, inclusive education is not charity. It is a matter of social justice. It is not an act of kindness. It is an act of constitutional responsibility. The right to basic education, Honourable Speaker, belongs to everyone without exception. The Constitutional Court has ruled in this regard that the right to basic education has no internal qualifiers. It is immediately realizable. That means no one must wait for access to it, for whatever reason. Honourable Speaker, allow me to reflect on some of the strides that we have made as the sector and the work that still lies ahead. Honourable Speaker, we have worked with partners including blind essay, to expand access to braille and large print materials, as well as digital resources that support learners with visual impairments. Honorable Speaker, teachers are at the center of the implementation of inclusive education. We continue as a sector to train teachers in specialized areas of inclusive education, such as braille literacy, assistive devices and technologies, and inclusive pedagogies, so that they can teach effectively in diverse classroom environments. Honorable Speaker, following the introduction of the South African Sign Language as a home language subject and its subsequent promulgation as one of the 12 countries' official languages, the Department of Basic Education recognizes the need to ensure that braille literacy receive the same attention and prioritization. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to say that yesterday I was in an event that was celebrating the youth that had done well in the braille competition. Honorable Speaker, we are therefore committed to ensuring that we advance literacy as a foundation of empowerment, and for blind learners, braille remains essential to that effect. Honorable Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that schools, classrooms, libraries, and digital platforms are designed with universal access in mind. I must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that we believe that accommodations are not enough. We must move to universal access so that no learner is excluded by design. Honorable Speaker, in 2023, the Director General for Basic Education established a national task team to facilitate the placement of out-of-school children with disabilities. This is the first in the country, Honorable Speaker, and this is in terms of Circular S28 of 2023. And to date, Honorable Speaker, I can report that the initiative has seen more than 600 learners with disabilities placed in schools, and this is work in progress, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the 5th of January 2023, the Minister of Basic Education established a ministerial task team to review Education White Paper 6. You remember that Education White Paper 6 was promulgated in 2001. So there are lessons to be learned in terms of how far we've gone as a country. Therefore, the intention is to map a way forward for the implementation of inclusive education in this country, in line with our international obligations, such as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Honorable Speaker, I want to, through you, speak directly to young people. This is their parliament, and their voices are central to shaping the inclusive society we seek to build. Their experiences of navigating education, of overcoming barriers, of holding institutions accountable, and of dreaming beyond limitation, these are the stories that should shape policy and practice. Honorable Speaker, they remind us that inclusion is not only about access to buildings or textbooks. It is about equal participation. It is about ensuring that they can sit on student representative councils, that they can compete in academic and sporting competitions, that they can pursue careers of their choice, and that they can lead their communities with confidence. Honorable Speaker, their generation carries the responsibility of turning the phrase, turning the mantra, nothing about us without us, into reality. As the Department of Basic Education, Honorable Speaker, we commit to walk alongside them, but we also look to them to guide us with their lived experiences. Honorable Speaker, while progress has been made, we must be honest and be frank and acknowledge that challenges remain. The provision of assistive devices, Honorable Speaker, is not yet universal. Teacher training is not yet even. There are uneven implementation patterns across the country. Some schools are still inaccessible to learners with disabilities, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we believe that we must do more and we must do better. Honorable Speaker, that is why forums such as the Youth Parliament are essential for us. They remind us that inclusive education cannot be advanced by government only. It requires a collective and active involvement of civil society, advocacy organizations, parents, teachers, and critically, the learners themselves. Honorable Speaker, the theme this year The theme for this year calls us not just to talk about inclusion, but to advance it. Honorable Speaker, to advance something means to move forward, to make progress, to refuse to be stuck in the past. And to advance equal participation means to recognize that learners with visual impairments are not just passive recipients of education. They are active shapers of knowledge, contributors to society, and leaders of tomorrow. Honorable Speaker, as the Department of Basic Education, we want to affirm our commitment to strengthen the implementation of inclusive education at every level, expand access to braille and assistive devices and technologies, build the capacity of all teachers in all schools to implement inclusive education, ensure that the constitutional right to a basic education is realized in practice for every learner. Honorable Speaker, let us remember that vision is not limited to sight. It is about seeing possibilities where others see obstacles. It is about imagining a South Africa where diversity is not a barrier but a strength. And it is about building a future where every learner matters and every learner belongs. Honorable Speaker, I want to call upon all of us to move forward together with vision beyond sight. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jabulani Ngobo, for that address. Colleagues, honorable members rather, I would like to explain to the speakers of the various motions on how we will be dealing with the motions and reports during the course of this parliament. I believe that during the raising of motions and discussion in commissions, each commission will agree on a resolution that will be presented and tabled in this House today. I will ask the person designated to present the resolution of the commission and the discussions to hand over the resolutions to the service officers after the debate, who will then hand them to the table staff seated in front of me. At the end of all the debates, this includes debates from motions and those debates that will ensue as a result of breakaway commission reports. I will hand over all the resolutions to the chairpersons of the commissions and those who raise motions, as well as those who will later on discuss on the theme of the parliament, vision behind sight, advancing inclusion through equality in South Africa for consideration at the executive level. Will the Secretary please read the first order of the day? It is on. You're audible?
It's on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and through you, Honorable Speaker, I'm going to read the first order, which goes as follows. This House believes that the South African government is not doing enough to support the socio-economic empowerment of blind and partially sighted youth. So that's our first order. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. I now call upon Honorable Tato Masilo, the Speaker of the motion, to present their motion to the House.
Thank you, Speaker, for this wonderful opportunity. Good morning, wonderful guests, distinguished personnel, and the House at its best capacity. My name is Khotatso Goodwill Masilo, and I'll be here firmly defending the motion that states that the South African government is not doing enough. Enough is the word that is important there. Doing enough to support socio-economic empowerment for people with visual impairment at large. Ladies and gentlemen, when the South African government first adopted the Constitution in 1996, it promised everyone dignified lives. It promised everyone equality, it promised everyone jobs, it promised everyone a chance. But then right now, as people with disability, we are sitting at about double the average level of unemployment. That means now it's about to go down.
Honorable Masilo, if you can give a bit of maybe 5 centimeter distance from your mic so that
Okay.
you're better audible. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I?
You may proceed.
Okay. I would like first to start by talking about educational gap and inequality. According to the reports written by Statistics South Africa, the unemployment level is sitting at about double for the person with disability. As of those with blindness, it is worse. Companies argue that hiring them requires special costs to bridge the gap. But then one would ask, where is the enforcement of the Employment Equity Act? Because Section 15 of the Act speaks about affirmative action for persons with disabilities. But then the compliance is very weak. In fact, very, very, very weak. We wouldn't want to talk about that. But then looking at the graphics and all the stats provided, in a rural area in Limpopo, those with disabilities are standing at about 90% chance of unemployment or neither education. Do you call that a chance? Do you call that equality? And also talking about equality, we are not being given fair chances as people with special needs. It's all stated that in the books and records given by Statistics of South Africa that unemployment is set to be reduced as per the plan of the social strategic goals. But then are we achieving any of those? And the question would be, are we? And we ain't. Speaking of the most crucial part, let's speak about policy implementation. Policies are only good in paper, but never implementable. They are only real on paper, but never even seen or experienced. But then for those who live the experience will be bound to tell the truth. We all know that the government, yes, is trying, but then what's the effect of trying without even closing the gap? Why does it make it that painting the donkey green makes the government think it's a lion? And also speaking about chances, now we go on to look at the stats that have been provided. According to the Employment Equity Act, the targets for employment are set to be 2% in the previous years. And now, small medium enterprises cannot even achieve 1.3%. Is that realistic? Now, there's a proposal that the government is going to be increasing the target to 3%. How do you even go there if you cannot achieve a 2% target? Ladies and gentlemen, let's not number equality on paper, let's make it a perfection. The government, yes, is trying, yes, the government is doing its best, but then is it enough? According to the motion, enough means that the government's scope and reach, it's grossly inadequate. They are trying, yes, but then no apple has fell from the tree. And according to this very motion, social economic empowerment refers to accessibility to education, employment, dignified lives, and the ability to build a financially stable, dignified life. The question is, are we doing that? According to the survey provided in 2024 by the Employment Household Survey, we looked at the stats and, well, I want to tell you that 70% of households led by people with disabilities are not even improving. They are actually below the poverty line. If you actually look at the Gini coefficient, which speaks about the gap in inequality, you would now realize that we are never equal, not even close, not even bound to be very soon. But then let's talk about the impact that corruption has. Corruption and misuse of funds definitely put us on a setback. We are trying, policies are there and implemented. Would one blame the poor research facilities that do not guarantee one correct information or accurate? Stats is often generalized. One would say that, oh, the unemployment level, it's now sitting at 17 for persons with disabilities. Did you consult those in rural Limpopo? Or you just conducted the data because something is accessible? Ladies and gentlemen, let the aim of all debates be honesty, honesty, and nothing else but honesty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Masilo. And just to note, he had just about 5 minutes remaining of his time, so if we can be as harsh as he is in keeping that. May May Honorable Refuo Prudence Moses address the House, please.
Change is not carried by one party alone, but by a nation willing to lift each other up. Honorable Speaker, adjudicators, fellow debaters, and members of the House, good day. My name is Refuo Moses, and I am a representative of the Blind SA branch from the Western Cape Province, the Breeda Valley branch, and I rise to oppose this commission because to claim that the government is not doing enough to empower blind and partially sighted youth is to ignore and undermine the significant steps already taken in South Africa. Yes, the socio-economic status of visually impaired youth remains low, but the government is doing far more than it is credited for through inclusivity in education, equality in society, and opportunities in the private sector. The South African government has invested in inclusive education policies to ensure that blind and partially sighted learners have access to quality learning. Policies such as White Paper 6, Special Needs Education 2001, and the SIAS Policy 2014 ensure learners are identified early and supported. Universities, including the University of Pretoria, Stellenbosch, UCT, and CPUT, have disability units that provide Braille services, reader scribes for exams, screen reading softwares, and mobility training, all partly funded by the government. In terms of equality, the government provides social grants and disability allowances that directly support visually impaired youth and their families. The White Paper on Rights of Persons with Disability 2015 outlines commitments to universal access, social inclusion, and empowerment. Accessibility is being expanded in public spaces, transport, and services, ensuring blind and partially sighted individuals can fully participate in society. The government has also partnered with the private sector to create opportunities through learnerships and internships. These programs provide skills and career pathways that promote long-term economic independence. This proves that the government is actively supporting empowerment, not ignoring it. While challenges remain, they are not due to government neglect, but rather the slow pace of societal change and private sector adaptation. The government has already laid the policies, programs, systems needed for empowerment. The foundation is real and ongoing. Honorable Speaker, members of the House, fellow debaters, the South African government has made significant strides to support blind and partially sighted youth through inclusive education, social equality, and private sector opportunities. To claim that nothing is being done is to ignore these concrete efforts and positive impact they have. For these reasons, I stand firmly against this commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moses. I will now open the floor. I now call for open time and will only allow 4 participants to speak to the debate. Note that the participants on the speaking list will, in this case, is Honorable Moses and Honorable Masilo, will not be allowed to speak during open time. When you rise, do not forget to mention your name and that you're rising on Rule 77.7, if I'm not mistaken there. my honorable members. Yes, the floor is open, honorable House. Okay. I'm now calling for open time and will only allow 4 participants to raise their hands. Please note that speakers who raising the motion and one against the motion will not be allowed to speak during this debate. Please, when you stand up, do not forget to introduce yourself by name and which school or province it is that you are representing. The floor is now open. Also mention that you are rising on Rule 77.7, right? The floor is open, honorable members. Any hands? Okay, honorable member, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabelo. I rise on rule number 77.7 of this House. I'm from the University of I'm from Wits University. I would like to say that the government is doing more enough to support socioeconomic statuses of blind and partially sighted individuals, given that the complaint that the first speaker of the first motion has raised saying that there's high unemployment for visually impaired youth in South Africa is not because of the government's duty. It's because of the fact that in South Africa there are many private sectors than nationalized companies. So therefore, the government cannot take responsibility in ensuring that the socioeconomic status of visually impaired youth is actually being made equal as any other person living in this country, given that many companies are not owned by the government, but rather by the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kekana. Member, you are recognized, honorable member. Honorable Nkanyiso, you are recognized.
Honorable member, greetings to honorable members. I'm Honorable Member Nkanyiso Mhlauli from Ifata School for the Blind and Deaf. Teachers, I come to this topic, that how teachers can improve this disabled people. Teachers must always attend the workshop all the times, and teachers must try to teach the blind people nicely and not discriminating them. Let us build our education, which means education is the key to success. Let us not
Honorable Nkanyiso, may you please mention the rule upon which you're rising? And Ms. You may proceed, Honorable Nkanyiso, but do not forget to mention the rule upon which you are rising.
Rule 77.7. Government must buy enough braille materials to learners like Perkins braille notes and reading material. As we strive
Let us build our education. Thank you.
Honorable member, I'm told there's another honorable member. You're recognized. If you may just say your name and the school or province you're representing. Thank you.
My name is Pimelo Mosiana and I rise on the 7.7.
Thank you.
And I am for the motion. I believe that when the government does not only have to focus on education and employment when trying to ensure that persons with disabilities have enough support by the socio-economic empowerment. The argument isn't only about education and of visually impaired people. It is about their empowerment in social life. Their education isn't only the important thing. They also need to feel safe when outside and be able to easily navigate the outside world independently, especially when they need to go in, use transports and walk on the road. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, honorable member. Any other hand? Honorable members, if you feel like you're forgetting the rule upon which you're rising, I'm suggesting you still proceed. I would still want to have your input. You are recognized, honorable. There's two of you. One can go. Honorable members, you're recognized.
Greetings to you all. I'm Kinele Mabilane from Setotolwane Secondary School. I think government isn't doing well. In a country that went equality, every struggles of blind and partially sighted often forgotten. Imagine a race where some people do not have shoes, others have. This is what government is doing for, to blind and partially sighted people. They are starting a race at the back. Blind and partially sighted people have a higher, the number of blind and sighted people without jobs is higher to combat with others. Government isn't making sure companies follow the rules to stop discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, if you would love to, you're more than welcome to speak in your own mother tongue. So do not fear. Feel free to do that. Yeah, everybody is welcome. Last honorable member, you are recognized. Is there an honorable member who wanted to make an input? All right.
Greetings, honorable members. Honorable Anganjikazi speaking. I would like to oppose the fact that the government is not
Can
doing...
you state where, honorable member, the school you're representing?
Sorry?
Iskolo or
sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
I am coming from... I'm sorry, I'm from KZN, Mason Lincoln, which is the name of the school. Honorable Njikazi speaking. I would like to oppose the fact that the government is not doing the best to satisfy our needs, because we all know that some of the people living with visual impairments, not all of them, but some of them do not want to get employed because sometimes they stay at homes having babies. They don't want to go to school, even using those portable devices, because we know we do not have many in schools. And we all know that the money that the government uses to buy devices for us at schools is the money that comes from the taxes. So if we do not want to go to school and learn, where will be the tax collected? Because us, as we're growing, we're always complaining that why will be tax collected? So the question is, where will we get that money? Because even some of the businesses are corruptive because they do not want to pay taxes. They rather have money or take money from other places, not by a bank, because they know the SARS is going to see that there's something or there's a lot of money that gets into the bank. So where will the government get that money to satisfy their needs? Let's try to be patient with the government, because even sometimes we find that the tax is collected, and when it's collected, we find that it is not enough for our needs. Let's not forget that government is not only taking care for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, I would like to welcome and recognize in this house Honorable Qaba, the leader and representative of the multi-party caucus here in Parliament. We welcome you, Honorable Qaba. Before we move on to the second order, I would like to call Honorable Hotato Masilo, the Speaker of the motion, to present their motion. No, you're not presenting your motion. You are replying to the debate. You've had the debate, Honorable Masilo. Please reply accordingly. And after your reply, move for the adoption of your motion. Thank you, member.
Thank you, Chair, for this wonderful opportunity once again. It's Kotato Masilo once again, and I'm here to again defend the motion physically. Ladies and gentlemen, in a country where you cannot accommodate 7 people in a bus, which you accommodate 70, the list of people with disabilities who have skills, qualifications, and potentials are being dimmed by the lack of structural support. And so to say a few, ladies and gentlemen, the government is the main participant. It acts firmly in its decisions, but then they produce poorly. If we're going to come here as a house and agree that the government is doing enough, let me tell you, social grants as grants for survival and not for empowerment. Social grants do not encourage skills. Social grants do not teach you how to be independent because you are reluctant on the money provided by SASSA. And so to state facts, ladies and gentlemen, it is only provided that and only stated by the Employment Commission that only 0.6% out of a country that has 7.5% of disability people that are working. Why produce a target? Why do we have to meet ranges? Ain't we like everyone out there? Those are questions to be asked. But then to adopt my motion further, I would like to state that if we're going to come here, ladies and gentlemen, and agree that the government is doing enough, the question is, how far has it taken you? And if you're telling me about 2-step NSFAs, 3-step grants, you have not made progress. We want a real deal the way others do get a real deal. Why isn't assistive devices free? So does reading textbooks that others get. Every time when you order Braille, it's the question of it's too expensive. Assistive devices are not luxurious. They are things we need. I adopt the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Masilo. You just moved for the adoption of the motion. May I get a seconder for the motion? I now call for a seconder for the motion. I now call for a seconder for the motion.
I write the second adoption, the second motion or adoption.
Oh, you are recognized. Just introduce yourself and where you are.
Oh, honorable greetings to honorable members. I'm Honorable Member Kanyisom from Ifata School for the Blind and Deaf.
All right.
I rise to second the adoption or motion.
Now I put the question to the House. Though all those in favor say yes, and those not in favor say no. Well, we'll start with the yes. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And all those not in favor say no. I believe the motion is adopted. The yes have it. The motion is adopted. Kindly, Honorable Masilo, kindly hand the motion, report of the motion to the table. You may do that at a later stage. And then I now consider this debate closed. Will the Secretary please read the second order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, fellow parliamentarians. Our second order goes as follows. This House believes that inclusive education for blind youth remains a promise, not a practice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. I now call upon Honorable Member Simphiwe Ntuli, the Speaker of this motion, to present their motion report. You have 8 minutes, and you will have 3 minutes for the reply and adoption, move of adoption of the motion. Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Simphiwe Ntuli from Open Air School in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Today I'm going to be talking about how inclusive education for blind youth remains a promise and not a practice. Thousands of visually impaired learners in South Africa are being excluded from meaningful access to education and future employment opportunities due to persistent systematic barriers. Many learners still lack access to basic tools such as Braille textbooks, assistive technology, and teachers trained to meet their learning needs. Many teachers still aren't adequately equipped to support learners who are blind. Traditional textbooks and written material are inaccessible for blind learners, and while alternatives such as Braille books and audiobooks exist, they are often outdated, unavailable, or insufficient for comprehensive learning. curriculum in schools is not flexible enough to meet the diverse needs of students with visual impairments. Assessment procedures also need to be adapted to be accessible and equitable. One of the most significant barriers to access for blind students is pure maths, which is a critical subject for university admissions and future participation in STEM-related careers. Schools struggle to find educators who are equipped to teach mathematics in Braille. As a result of this, some blind learners are unable to access higher education, and this is not due to a lack of academic potential, but because of some gaps in systematic support. Many of the high school subjects are also not adapted for blind students, leaving them with not many options to choose from. The lack of support contributes to lower high school graduation rates and higher unemployment rates among the blind population. Blind students often need learning material or information put into alternative formats, and must wait up to 6 weeks for the material to be produced for them. This means they often fall behind other learners in class. Braille readers cannot skim read, and many take longer than other students to read a text. They require extra time in order to locate words in text while shifting from one reading medium to another. The infrastructure in schools is not designed to accommodate blind learners, and there are inadequate mobility aids, poor signage, and unsafe layouts. Attitudes of teachers, peers, and sometimes parents also show lack of awareness on the disability, which can lead to stigma, pity, and low expectations. These social barriers prove that inclusion requires more than policies. It requires a cultural shift from schools and communities. Inclusion should be seen as a process that demands continuous evaluation and improvement rather than a once-off policy declaration. So while inclusion has been promised, implementation still falls short, resulting in inclusion remaining incomplete. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member, and on behalf of the Gauteng weather, we would like to apologize for the flu it has inflicted on you. I now open the floor for. I could be missing. Is there any honourable member who's supposed to officially go against the Honourable Nduli's motion? Yes, please, you are recognized, honourable member, before I open the floor. Apologies. You may proceed. Or did I hear wrong? Yes? All right. You may proceed, yes.
Yeah, you may proceed. Let me help you. There you go, you can speak.
Hi everyone, I'm Zeketelo Majola, all the way from KZN Province. I'm schooling at Mason Lincoln Special School. I will be opposing the statement that says inclusive education for the...
Honourable Zeketelo, if you may give your mic just a little bit of a distance, just a little.
Okay.
Thank you. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
Hi everyone, I'm Zeketelo Majola, all the way from KZN Province, schooling at Mason Lincoln Special School. I will be opposing the statement that the inclusive education for the blind youth remains a promise, not a practice. Once again, greetings to all of you that are present here to witness this amazing and important day for all of us. I, Zeketelo Majola, have chosen to be against the statement that the government is not inclusive in terms of education for the blind youth. First of all, guys, I would like to be clear on a point that we are living on the 21st century, and by that, we should have our minds focusing on what is currently happening. Shh. Imagine a world where blind people were excluded in learning programs. The educational barriers that would also disturb the economy. The social and emotional challenges that will hurt them deeply in ways they can never imagine. Their limited career opportunities, but most importantly, the societal implications. The government has made sure that these people are accommodated because they have made so much progress in inclusive education for all. The South African government has trained 2,295 teachers in Braille, 35,254 teachers received inclusive education training programs. As much as there are challenges in the accessibility of material for the blind, challenges such as limited availability, digital inaccessibility, and cost of production time, we have found solutions to these problems in order to tackle them. Accessibility standards for digital content such as WCAG 2.1 can now ensure that online resources are accessible to screen readers. There is the increasing availability of Braille materials through production and distribution initiatives to help bridge the gap. Platforms like Bookshare and Learning Alley provide accessible e-books and digital resources for the blind students. There are many types of assistive technologies like screen readers, Braille displays, tactile graphics, and smart canes. In terms of an inclusive education, in terms of an inclusive classrooms environment for the blind students, involves creating supportive and accessible space, including an accessible space that promotes equal opportunities for learning and participation. Including accessible seating, audio descriptions, verbal descriptions, one-on-one support, and providing for note takers. As you all know that not everyone is made for the academics, the government promotes accessibility beyond the academics, meaning even the blind youth that is illiterate can play extracurricular activities, sports, and social events that promotes holistic development. In a conclusion to everything I have stated on the above info, I am proud to say that inclusive education is practiced in many schools for disabled people, not only for the blind youth, but also other disabilities. Okay. Like me, in order for me to live a great academic life, I think the opportunity and time you have given to me, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Majola. I just want again to recognize the honorable members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature among us here now. Among those is Honorable Member Evans from, again, the Multi-Party Caucus. We acknowledge all of you, honorable members, in the midst of us. Honorable members, I'm now opening the floor for... I now am calling for open time, and again, only 4, if time allows, 5 speakers will be allowed. Those who are speaking in this motion will not be allowed to partake in the debate. And at the end of this, we'll require Honorable Nduli to come back and give us a reply, move for the adoption of the motion, and we'll do the procedure as follows.
Honorable Untatile.
Honorable Untatile, you are recognized. You may please stand.
Greetings to everyone. Honorable Speaker, by the name of Untatile from Gauteng School in Tabanchu. I'm supporting the statement of Simpiwe and with that.
Honorable Member, if you may maybe refer to other members of the House as honorable members. Thank you.
I'm supporting Simpiwe with the statement that the inclusive education for the blind is a promise, not a practice, because in schools, especially in mathematics, is a very big issue because of that, especially for the visually impaired children, because of there are some topics that are putting graphs, so they can't see graphs. And some teachers don't have that patience to help the learners. So it is becoming very difficult for children.
All right, thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Masilo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair, for this wonderful opportunity. I would like to say, for those who believe that it cannot be done, they shouldn't stop those who are doing it. When we stand and we start saying it is merely a promise and not a practice, I beg we wouldn't be here. We would have been promised to come here and get educated, but never come. So the steps that the government are taking are fruitful, because the minute you start saying it's a practice, it's like telling someone that the Springboks, they ain't playing Springbok, they ain't even playing rugby, they're playing cricket. It's just the opposite, it's not reality. I would like to say that standing against the motion would definitely make so much sense, because here we are here to build constructive arguments and criticism. The government is doing enough, their steps they're even felt. Like the Bible said, Rome wasn't built in one day. So does the government improvement. It cannot be recognized by now, but then those are baby steps leading to a run. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other member? You are accordingly recognized. Honorable Moeti. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Yes. So I would like to say that that the teachers sometimes they do not know Braille, so that's why they can't really teach the graphs, because they are not trained. They usually pay someone to transcribe the work or whatever. So I believe that it's a lack of training. And then the teachers should receive more training in order to be able to teach the students, especially with difficult subjects like mathematics and physical sciences and so on. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kopano Moeti. Honorable Jayden, you are recognized. The floor is yours, Honorable Jayden.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Gauteng Provincial from Prince of School in Pretoria, from Gauteng. I'll be adding on to what P. Melo had said. The government has not provided adequate social support and accountability mechanisms. Empowerment requires systematic support, transport, healthcare, and accountability. The various grants, or specifically the disability grants, barely cover for survival. Transport remains inaccessible, and promises often lack follow through. Neglect leads to exclusion, dependency, and despair. In 2019, UCT blind students protested after government failed to deliver promised technology. Done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Jayden. Honorable Aphelele, you are recognized. Honorable Aphelele, the floor is yours. You're not on the mic. If you maybe can check that, Honorable Member. Okay. Service members, or no member, can you please withdraw that? Honorable Member, may you please withdraw the remark?
Okay. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Apele Mapela. I come from Port Elizabeth. I'm supporting the topic called...
Before you proceed, you made a remark that is unparliamentary. May you please withdraw that?
Sorry?
You made a remark that is unparliamentary and it was audible. Please withdraw that.
What do you mean?
It's a vulgar word. Please withdraw, member.
Withdraw my mark. How?
Honorable Member, you remarked a vulgar word. Please withdraw it.
Okay. I'm here to support the topic that this House believes that inclusive education for blind youth remains a promise and not a practice. The reason why is because there are lack of teachers. That most schools still lack teachers or educators that will support blind learners or visual impaired learners with their studies or effectively. Also, visual impaired students face social exclusion. Blind learners still face isolation from the mainstream classrooms. For example, blind learners in classrooms, like let's say there's a project that has to be done by the whole class, and some of the blind learners that are in the group cannot participate because of their eyesight, or they can't do any progress in the group, and they can be, or there's a chance that they can be isolated or left out and not participate in the group project. Thank you.
Honorable Majola, you want to rise on a point of order? The floor is yours. Say the rule you're rising on and proceed.
Okay, guys. I understand we have different perspectives,
Please
right?
state the rule you're rising on, Honorable Majola.
Oh, okay.
77.5.
Oh, okay. 77.5.
Thank you.
I understand we have different perspectives, and I respect your opinions. But let us agree to disagree. If inclusive education for blind or visually impaired learners were kept as a promise, not a practice, who knows, maybe we wouldn't have been here as a grade 10 or grade 11 learner as you are today. And to clarify something, after all, maths lit is maths lit. Pure maths is pure maths. Accounting is accounting, right? So there's nothing we can do about that. The only thing we have to work on is to give ourselves 100% focus studying. You cannot tell me that you keep wasting your time playing games on time to study.
All right.
Instead of studying and saying that, oh no, because I am partially sighted, because I am blind.
All right. Honorable
Okay.
Majola, I think you've gotten your point across. Remember, you are a speaker in this motion, so I think you've made your point of order. Before we move on to the third order, real quick, may we have Honorable Ntuli please reply to the debate and move for the adoption of the motion.
Okay. I'm rising on Rule 77.5. I'm Honorable Simphiwe Ntuli from Durban. Anyways, as much as it seems that, as much as it seems that there is something being done, there is something being done, but it's still not enough. Assistive devices for Braille learners are very expensive. Yeah, assistive devices for blind people, blind learners, are expensive, and most of them cannot afford them. And schools prefer other alternative devices other than Braillers because Braillers are loud and disruptive. Yeah, done.
May you just state that you move for the adoption of the motion, Honorable Ntuli, real quick. Okay.
Remaining a promise and not practice.
Thank you. Seconder? Honorable Nkanyiso, if you may just state your secondment of the motion. Honorable Nkanyiso.
Greetings to everyone.
Yes.
I rise to second the adoption.
Thank you. I now put the question. All those in favor of the motion, please say yes. Yes. And all those not in favor of the motion, please say no. No. The noes have it. Honorable Nduli, you'll be required to hand in the report of the motion and the resolution to the staff here in the front. I now declare this debate closed. Colleagues, we have some duress of about a quarter of an hour. I think let's use this to get into the third motion since we are behind with time. And will the secretary please read the third order? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
got it.
audible now.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Parliamentarians, or in fact, Honorable Members. So our third order reads as follows. This House believes that assistive technology should be freely provided to all learners with visual impairment. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
All right. Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Alwande Ngono, the Speaker of the motion, to present the motion to the House. Honorable Ngono, the floor is yours. You're audible? Yes, proceed.
Yes. Greetings to everybody. My name is Nalet Ndlovu. Greetings to everybody. My name is Honorable Nalet Ndlovu from Arthur Blackswell School in Pietermaritzburg, KZN. So Alwande Ngongo is not present, so I took the stand for her. Yes.
All right, noted. You may proceed, member.
Okay. Today I speak under the topic that assistive devices should be provided freely to learners who are visually impaired. The House recognizes the importance of inclusive education and equal opportunity for all learners, including these with visual impairment. Assistive technology plays a vital role in enabling learners with visual impairment to access equal education and participate fully in the learning process. Assistive technology bridges the gap between learners with visual impairment and their peers, promoting inclusive education. Assistive technology empowers learners with visual impairment to access information, communicate, and navigate their environment with a greater independence. Assistive technology facilitates social interaction and participation in education activities, promoting social inclusion and diversity. Technology like screen readers braille displays and magnifiers enable students to access information and participate fully in classroom activities. Ensuring they have equal opportunity for academic success. Therefore, we must prioritize the provision and support of these tools, alongside training both educators and students to create a full inclusive learning environment. The technology has a sufficient role in education, and not just for common students, but especially for these with special needs. Assistive technology isn't about giving an unfair advantage. It is about providing a level playing field, ensuring that students with visual impairment can access materials, performing academic tasks, and engage with their peers equally. Traditionally, learning environments often pose challenges for visual impaired students, such as reading the board or texting technology directly addresses their brains. Assistive technology helps students become self-resilient, enabling them to manage their studies and daily tasks more independently. It also ensures the opportunity by providing the tools for necessary relearn. We can help ensure that the visual impaired does not prevent a student from achieving their academic potential. Assistive technology can be tailored for both short vision and students supporting wide range of needs. Examples of assistive technology: screen readers and magnifiers. Software like Cobra or Zoom Text can allow and enlarge it, making digital content accessible. Audio and speech tools. These include audio records from lecture, speech, and symbols, and text to speech. Often convert written materials into audio formats. Okay. Low-text solutions. Smartphones and tablets. These devices are powerful tools when equipped with the right approach and accessibility lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kachon. Honorable members, for those that are struggling, who are in the chamber and are struggling to hear the speakers, please ask the servicemen to assist you with plugging in your earphones. I believe every station has got a pair of headphones. Those will make the speaker's audibility much better. But if you do not have, just also let the service personnel just make them aware. Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. I now would like to call on Honorable Diteboho Museu to address the House. Is Honorable Diteboho present? All right, the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Itewo Khomosweu from Christiana School for the Blind in the Northwest Province. Honorable members, I will be opposing firstly, over 20% of expenditure goes to education. You can't expect government to buy each and every learner a device. Each device costs around 75,000. It's a lot. I mean, like, why should government do that? While there are no people who can maintain, it's a damage. Because if there's no person to maintain those devices, they will be damaged, they will be stolen, they will be lost. The government struggles to improve the infrastructure, and we are here putting the pressure on them so that they can provide us with devices. How will they? Because we have to check what is important first. We need ramps so that we can move around the schools wherever we want. We can continue, or we can learn without this device. Textbook can help. Teachers who teach matches use many things to elaborate or explain to blind learners without using those devices. They have experience. If the government buy each learner a device, the government has to also spend money on doing workshops. Imagine that. It's really flabbergasting. The government can't do that. In conclusion, I would like to say, if the money grew on trees, the government of forest will be the richest ministry. Sadly, it's not. So let's balance the education and the resources. Let's just speak out of the sky. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I now call for open time and will only allow for participants to speak to the debate. Also note that you will be required to introduce your name, surname, and the school or province you're representing when you rise. Honourable Member, you're recognized. Yes, proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Butumala Mukwena. I am representing Gauteng Province. My questions are, if the party that is for the free provision of these assistive devices, how would you suggest they be funded? Another is, equipment like this, like as mentioned before, is very expensive. The best thing that government can do is provide a certain percentage of funds towards these devices. What regulations would be put in place to prevent these students from taking advantage from this, of this opportunity? I find this an unfair advantage to those with other disabilities that require to purchase equipment like mobility scooters for those who struggle with mobility, and for deaf people who are required to go under surgery to get cochlear implants and so forth, in comparison to those that have visual impairments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And the next Honourable Member you're recognized. There's quite a few, I see. Proceed, yes.
Greetings, honourable members. My name is Kabelo Kekana. I'm from Wits University. And my first question is directed to the to the opponent of the third motion. Provided that you said the government does not have much money to purchase those assistive devices, or the government cannot just afford it, it will be so very costly. Did you consider the fact that each and every year, after each and every budget year of the government, there's a lot of money that is going back to the government departments, which has never been used? So why can't they just use that extra money to purchase those devices? Secondly, this issue goes to both speakers. We shouldn't consider the fact that they should be provided freely, but rather they should be subsidized, provided that if they're given freely, it means firstly, we are disadvantaging people who are producing those things, because if they're given freely, they're not going to be paid. And them not being paid, it means it's going to discourage people seeking jobs. So it wouldn't make sense for the fact that we are still fighting for job opportunities for for youth with visual impairment, whereas we want the government to provide those things freely, and that would mean not paying employees, and that would disadvantage us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next Honorable Member, you are recognized accordingly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Lino Jokani Elena from Kanyisi School for the Blind. I'm here to argue against the topic that says devices should be provided freely to learners that are blind or that live with disabilities. We understand that the devices are expensive, but if they are provided freely, the learners will break the devices, then they won't have to pay for them. If the devices were to be given to us, if we paid for them, we would take the responsibility and look after the devices, because we know it's expensive. As a grade 10 learner in my school, we don't use devices because there is a shortage of them. We use pens and books. That is a disadvantage for some learners. Because, okay, the school says that 8 devices are not enough for us. They are broken, and some are lost. If the learners that broke the devices were to pay for the devices that they broke, we would have been able, the school would have been able to provide devices for us grade 10 learners, so that we can be able to, so that the other learners that can't use pens and books can participate in writing and studying using the devices. I thank you.
Thank you. The next Honorable Member, you are currently recognized.
Good afternoon once again. It's Honorable Masilo over here. You know, a wise man once said that for those who cannot put their thoughts on ice, shouldn't put their minds in the heat of the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, what happened to the laptops that were issued by the government freely? What happened? Some are stolen, some broken, some misused. Would you want the government to repeat the same mistake? I bet from your silent point you are saying it's a no. Ladies and gentlemen, here we're talking resources, from financial resources and human capital, which we already lack and cry with. We don't have enough engineers, we don't have enough ITs to repair these machines. And so, to say the least, assistive devices are fragile. That's modern technology, 5th generation, from software to hardware. That's real core stuff. And if we come here and blink like we don't know what's going on, we are truly dooming ourselves, because in a country that calls itself a rainbow nation, some are still in the dark. We're talking about improvement here. If the government is investing its finances and buying expensive resources to accommodate everyone, that's not equality and that's not equity. That is a provision that is not fair, leading to foolishness. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masilo. Honorable Kopano, you are recognized. Okay, yeah, before Kopano, you are recognized member on the podium. Go ahead.
Is it on? Yes. I'm Honorable Moeti. I wanted to say that they should get laptops for school students, but the laptops must be the property of the school instead of, because it sounds like we want the government to give them to us. No, we must get laptops because the Braille displays, obviously they are expensive and sometimes, as they said, they are fragile and everything. But it will be easier to get laptops because then when you get out of your school and get into a tertiary institution, they won't always have the Braille devices that you want. And also, I don't think, yes, I know there's a thing about reasonable accommodation, but I really don't think an employer wants to spend 100K on a device just for you. So I think that blind people should start getting used to laptops and QWERTY and Microsoft and whatever from the school age so that they can be equally competent when they leave the school environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moeti. Honorable Spahle, you are recognized.
Greetings to you all. I, Honorable Spahle Nonkondlo, rising under the Rule 77.5. As the House believes that assistive technology should be freely provided to all learners with visual impairments, I also believe that if the government sees that assistive devices are important to learners that are blind and visually impaired, why are they expensive? Why are they costing learners so much? I know that government provides social grants for our needs, but if they clearly know that we cannot afford them, why are they expensive? Thank you.
All right, honorable members, we're stretching it here, but Honorable Majola, we will recognize you and then we'll go back to Honorable Ndlovu. Please, real quick. Like real quick. Yes.
Okay, guys, it's Zeketelo once again. There is something I want to clarify. Not that I'm against what you're saying or opposing, but there's something we have to stick on our minds. We all know that South Africa is a developing country, and there's too much corruption that occurs in our country. So, in terms of giving assistive technologies freely, we also have to think that the government isn't going to provide assistive technologies for us all because there's too much corruption, and South Africa is a developing country. We do not have much infrastructures or money to help support our needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Majola. Honorable Naledi, please reply to the debate and move for the adoption of your motion.
I, Honorable Naledi Ndlovu, is moving for adoption under the topic The House believes that assistive technology should be provided freely to learners with visual impairment. The government needs to ensure that learners with visual impairment have access to tools and resources they need to succeed in education and beyond, promoting a more inclusive and equal society. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. May I have a seconder for the motion? Any seconder for the motion by Honorable Naledi Ndlovu? Okay. In the absence of a secondment, the motion would, under normal circumstances, would not be put into vote, into the voting process by the House, and it would accordingly be discarded. Just to confirm, there's no seconder for the motion put forth by Honorable Naledi. Is that correct, members? Okay, so government should never provide assistive devices for, I would not want to get the wording wrong, but for free, or provide them. Nobody in the House is seconding that. All right. In the absence of secondments, I would ask Honorable Naledi Ndlovu to kindly hand the report of the motion and its resolution to the table, and I now declare the debate closed. Okay, so we are doing not so bad with time. So what will happen, honorable members, is we're gonna break. But let me, before we adjourn for lunch, let me just give you this brief. If we may have the first panel one members and the moderator ready, just so that when we come back after lunch, we do the last motion, and then we move on to the panel. And after the panel, we'll have what was supposed to be session 4 on your program. We'll do those breakaway discussions. So now, I did explain at the beginning of the proceedings of the motions how it is that breakaway sessions will work. We'll have, I believe you've been given your groups. We'll break according to those groups and go to separate rooms. You'll discuss after deliberations. Each group will nominate somebody to come give us a report, and then from those reports, we'll have a feedback session. So, session 4, just to confirm with you, honorable members, look at your program now. May the secretary please read not session 4, we just session 4 was supposed to be the panel, but just after that, I should read it. Yeah. I should read it. The topic of the. Which one? Panel 1? No, after panel 1, the session that would have followed. Third one. What is the third one? No, not the third one. Okay, anyhow, we'll do what was supposed to be breakaway commission 2. That's what we'll Commission 2, okay, we'll confirm when we return, colleagues, but the panel 1, please prepare yourselves. We may break. Let's be back here at 14:15, 2:15. Is that okay, members? Okay, honorable members, we are adjourned. We'll be back at 2:15. Thank you. Say again. Oh. Protocol. Okay. Putla Saria. I'm satisfied. Yes. We are.
So, so unfortunately, I got to process the most. Not going to go on about una program ya bona ba ho ita. Ba do ita. Yeah.
Again, I would like to welcome all honorable members back. We are back in session. I just wanted to notify that the honorable members that only water is allowed in this venue. We don't allow cold drinks or coffee. With that being said, will the secretary please read the fourth motion?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Our fourth order reads as follows. This House would require all employers to meet disability employment quotas with enforceable penalties.
I now call on Honorable Member Boitumelo Mokoena, the chairperson of this commission, to present the commission's report. Pardon me.
Good afternoon. Hold on, just 2 seconds. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This House would require all employees to meet disability employment quotas with enforceable penalties. Our motion today addresses one of the most painful failures of our nation's national transformation project, the systemic exclusion of persons with disabilities. Going forward, from the economy. The current system relying on voluntary compliance and inspirational targets has proven to be a catastrophic failure. The proposition stands firmly for mandatory disability employment quotas with enforceable penalties because the moral and economic crisis we face demands nothing less than the decisive, non-negotiable action. The current legal framework, despite the existence of Employment Equity Act and the Code of Good Practice on the employment of people with disabilities, has failed to bridge the gap between policy and reality. The statistics are a national shame. The unemployment rate for disabled South Africans is estimated in excess of 90%, almost approaching 100% in rural areas. For the blind community, employment figures are even more dire. Less than 2 to 3% of blind persons are employed. Contrast this with the overwhelming exclusion with the reported figure from the Commission of Employment Equity. Out of over 7.2 million employees reported, only 1.2 are persons with disabilities. The CEE chairperson, Tebea Kabinde, stated that transformation has been very slow and the proposed target is paltry. When the system produced a 90% unemployment rate, we must conclude that the system is fundamentally broken. The current approach encourages tick-box learnership programs, but fails to deliver the promised sustainable employment and career progression that the disabled community desperately needs. We are trapped in an unacceptable cycle of despondency and disempowerment. The time for soft targets and gentle encouragement is over. The current status. The current legal position in South Africa does not require employers to meet specific legally enforceable quotas for persons with disabilities, but rather achieve targets. South African law, specifically the Employment Equity Act, requires designated employees to set and work towards achieving numerical targets, but these are not yet legally enforceable quotas. Our opposition may argue that quotas are overly punitive and impractical. We argue that the mechanism for this motion is already enriched in South African law and is being strengthened. Mandatory targets exist. The new Employment Equity Act Addendum Bill, effective from September 2023, already revolutionized employment equity by introducing mandatory specific sectoral targets for designated employers. Enforceable penalties exist. Crucially, the same amendments introduced stiff, enforceable financial penalties for non-compliance. A repeat offender can now face a maximum penalty of greater than 2.7 million or 10% of their annual turnover. The South African government has confirmed that mandatory targets backed by severe penalties are the necessary path for transformation. The only thing missing is extending the decisive force to specifically enforce equity for PWD, persons with disabilities, who are a protected designated group under the EEA. By making PWD quotas mandatory, we force employers to stop relying on unfounded assumptions about the abilities and performance of disabled people, and instead focus on their capacity to contribute. A mandatory quota is not merely a punitive measure. It is an investment in human capital and that yields economic returns. The theme of the Employment Equity Roadshows is clear. Real transformation makes business sense. Persons with disabilities are valuable assets who can make a positive contribution in the workplace. Many visually, hearing, and physically impaired persons excel in fields like computer technology, with blind professions running their own practices. With blind professionals running their own practices. 208 permanent jobs for disabled youth proves that PWDs are suitably qualified and productive workers. The barrier is access, not aptitude. Quotas force employers to meet their existing legal obligation to provide reasonable accommodation. This means removing physical barriers, adapting equipment, and ensuring access to information and technology modifications which often only require minor adjustments. This innovation benefits all workers and modernizes the workplace, contributing to the economy of our society. Madam Speaker, disability is a human rights and development issue. The existing legal framework is a gentle nudge at where a powerful shove is required. This House is adopting this motion will replace aspirational failure, mandatory success, ensuring that the vast, underutilized talent of our disabled youth is finally brought from the periphery of society to the center of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mokoena. Honorable Diakho Tobejane, kindly address the House, please.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests, fellow members of the Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to address this important issue. Yes, I feel like employers should do enough to increase the representation of disabled people in the workplace, promoting disability and diversity. Currently, the EEA, Employment Equity Act, it set its target at 3% of disability
employment across all sectors. According to the stats, only less than 1% of disabled people have been hired a year. Less than 1%. That shows that enough is not made for the disabled people. And they don't get equal opportunities because of their disadvantage. Yet it's not their choice, it's not our choice to be born this way. And a difference should be made. Another thing is the accountability that needs to be taken by the government to enforce employers. Also hold them accountable for meeting disability employment targets, ensuring they prioritize inclusion and provide necessary accommodation. Non-compliance can result in penalties. That is how I feel like employers, they should be held accountable. For example, myself, I'm a living experience of such. I am experiencing such disadvantage because of my disability. Yet that is something that action should be taken for. Also, how does that help the economy? When hiring disabled people or offering them opportunity, it also gives a good boost to the economy to show that productivity, skill, and other perspectives are being improved. Can also help address skill shortages and promote a more inclusive and diverse work environment. And some workplaces, such equipment or means to help the disabled are not met. You find such workplace, there's not even a ramp for someone who uses a wheelchair. You're clearly not allowed or welcome to such environment. That's the disadvantage that disability people face. Also, the government, they should make amends of fines and put this into action. I mean, if we currently see these numbers of people who have been unemployed because of disability, it raises a big concern. And also, some employers, they don't comply with the Employment Equity Act. If they are, why do we have these numbers of unemployed people sitting at home? Why? Because you're a blinded vision person, you can't see clearly. On a wheelchair, you need to be assisted on every day when you go to work. Yes, you have to be assisted. What can you do? You did not choose such disability. All of us didn't, but we do have them. And we're not asking for a special treatment, but we should be given equal opportunities such as everyone. And that's what I feel like we have been not taken serious of. Also, litigation to non-compliant employees. They should have litigation that can result in financial penalties and reputation. There are companies that won't even offer internships for disabled people. You go for an interview, you will never be called because you're disabled. And of course, when you go for such events where you're looking for employment, you must disclose the kind of disabilities you're facing. And it's a disadvantage because many people, they will never get the feedback because of the challenges they're facing. And I feel like that is a big concern that it should be taken a look at. And the accountability of us, or accountability by the government to
cater for people like us, it's also not been met enough. How? When I look at my stats, every year, we have 50% more of people who are sitting at home, qualified to work, but because of their disability, that raises a big concern. From what I have, and what I know, it's from 2022 until now, it has increased up to 90%. Why is that? Who represent us? Because these stats people are watching it. If we have it, they have it. So where is the accountability for such? So these quotas and penalties should be implemented so that we can be treated fairly like anyone. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tobejane. I now call for open time, and I will only allow 4 participants to speak to the debate. Also note that participants who are on the speaking list will not be allowed to speak during open time. Also, do not forget to mention your name and rule number 77.7, pardon me. Thank you. Honorable member, you're recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if, my name is Kabelo Kekana, I'm from Wits University. I don't know if I should have raised this point while this member was still speaking, because if I'm a good listener, the last speaker was not against the motion, but instead he was with the motion. So I don't know if that's a confusion or what, and shall we proceed with our debate or not? Thank you.
Honorable Tobejane, like Honorable Kabelo said, you were supposed to be against the motion, so I'm not really quite sure. Can anybody reply to Honorable Kekana's concerns? Honorable member, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity once again. The way the motion was so nice, it was even proposed twice. I think since we don't have a side, we might as well just raise our ideas based on these motions. Either you do vow or not. And I personally would sit here and say that enforceable quotas or penalties could be the best suit, because I know for any fact to avoid human error, working under fines and pressure does create a good space. So as the proposition has already stated that it is of initial and paramount importance to have these quotas implemented. Quotas do encourage change. And imagine a country whereby a company is expected to hire 20% of those with disability needs. How would that environment be? Now we would not only be talking inclusivity on paper, we would be talking inclusivity in action. You know, there's what you call a transformation of political ideas. Now you will not only have policies that speak nice about disability, but you'll have them being implemented. Because in South Africa, they usually say that nothing of us without us. But then quotas would also encourage that. Remember, when we start making money from those penalties, that actually helps improve the tax, that actually improves the government revenue. The same revenue that would be used to what? To cover building ramps, brailles, and other assistive devices. Tell me if you would sit here and say quotas wouldn't be of importance. Look at what happens now, because no one forces the company to hire 30% of those special needs. They're just relaxed. All you would get is that no, hiring people with special needs actually requires special costs. But then let's look at the most concrete and paramount importance of having law enforced and penalties in implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Member, you're recognized.
I think before we can get to the stance that employment, the enforceable penalties should be in place for employers so that they can be able to employ people with disabilities, we should start with questions. First question is, why is there a need for those enforceable penalties? And the answer is, employers do not want to employ people with disabilities. And what is the reason for that? The reason is people with disabilities, the majority, besides not having quality education like any other person, the reason is that we are very much expensive when it comes to our expectations. For an example, we are always advocating for braille access. And if we can check, according to our statistics, how much does braille production cost? For that fact, there's not any employer who would want to employ an expensive person. So there could be enforceable penalties, I agree, which is a good idea so that employment for people with disabilities can be encouraged, more especially looking on the side of visually impaired people. But then we should look on the side of why don't they want to employ people with disabilities. It's because we have many expectations and we actually shying away from adapting, because if we keep on advocating for braille access without considering the fact that these days we do have computers and all of that which have the screen readers and all of that, which we can just easily, access computer without the need for braille. That's more cheaper for an employer to employ you, because the employer wouldn't have to get braille material for you and therefore pay you again. So, and if he was going to do that, it'll mean higher costs for him. So there's no any employer, even I, as a person living with visual impairment, I wouldn't want to employ such a person. And that wouldn't be out of lack of empathy, but just because of reality. Thank you.
Honorable Member, you're recognized, and this is the last honorable member to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members in this house. I'm Gauteng Provincial from Provincial School in Pretoria, Gauteng. I'm against the motion that would require all employers to meet disability employment quotas with enforceable penalties. I say that there are better alternatives that exist. Government investment in training and incentives would work better. Upskilling disabled youths improves employability without coercion. Voluntary supported systems build genuine inclusion. An example would be the UK's Access to Work scheme funds workplace accommodations without rigid quotas, which is something that could also be done in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I now call upon Honorable Chairperson Boitumelo Mokoena. Please reply to the debate and move for the adoption of the Commission's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To your response, you may be right, but the targets and adaptations that have been applied for businesses to meet their quotas or targets is not working, which is why we're moving more aggressively, because, like I mentioned in my speech, only 1.2% of persons with disabilities are employed in South Africa by companies, and we need that number to increase significantly. I understand that we are going through a unemployment crisis as well, and I think that the enforceable penalties will help with that, at least in the disabled community. With that said, I am for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. I now call for a seconder. I do recognize you, Honorable Member. And now, I now put the question. All those in favor? Oh, I need to let him speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoever seconds Honorable Boitumelo, please say I second her.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Kabelo. I'm representing the Gauteng Province. So I am seconding the motion because even though I've said that we are very much expensive in terms of our employment expectations for a very good environment for people with visual impairment. However, some employers are just using this excuse as a general norm these days to say, since we are expensive and therefore we shall not even try to employ people with visual impairment. So that's the reason why I second this motion.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member, can I please dismiss you? You're just supposed to second, and but though it is lovely to hear what you have to say, so thank you so much for your input. Okay. I now put the question. All those in favor, say yes. Anginizo, say yes. Yes. Okay. All those not in favor, say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Okay. We will be now moving, we'll be moving to the plenary debate. This is based on the main theme, vision behind sight, advancing inclusion through equality in South Africa. I would like to call Honorable Nonhlanhla Maponya to address the House. Thank you. Oh, sorry, the House is adjourned. And then I should announce Honorable Nonhlanhla Maponya. Yes, she's one of the youth leaders that are supposed to be leading this group. Maponya is part of them. Is Nonhlanhla Maponya available? So can I call on the next speaker? Can I call on the next speaker, Aphelele Maphela? Is she available? Okay. Can Honorable Aphelele Maphela please address the House?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak. And afternoon, honorable members. My name is Aphelele Maphela. I come from Kanyisa School for the Visual Impaired. So today, I'm gonna speak about the main theme of the formal debate, that vision behind sight, is how could it advance inclusion through equality in South Africa. First, I'm going to start about inclusive education. First, what is inclusive education? Inclusive education promotes equality in schools and ensuring all students, regardless of visual impairments, have equal opportunities to learn and grow. Point number 2, breaking barriers. Advancing inclusion can help break down social and physical barriers that prevent students with visual impairments from fully participating to education. Point number 3, empowering future generations. By teaching equality and inclusion in schools, we can empower future generations to more empathetic and understanding. To note that these were the positive points of the topic, vision behind sight. There are also benefits I would like to address. First point is resource constraints. Resource constraints means schools may lack their resources and infrastructure needed to support students with visual impairments. Number 2, teacher training. Teachers may need additional training to effectively support students with visual impairments, which can be time-consuming and costly. Point number 3, accessibility issues. Schools may face challenges in making their facilities and materials accessible to students with visual impairments. Point number 4, societal attitudes. Societal attitudes means changing societal attitudes towards people with visual impairments can be a slow process, and some may resist inclusion efforts. Point number 5, measuring progress. It can be challenging to measure the effectiveness of inclusion initiatives in schools and track progress over time. Point number 6, inclusive curriculum. Develop curricula that are inclusive and accessible to all students regardless of visual impairment. Point number 7, assistive technology. Assistive technology provides assistive technology such as braille displays or screen readers to support students with visual impairments. Point number 8, teacher support. Offer ongoing training and support for teachers to help them effectively support students with visual impairment. Point number 9, collaborating with organizations that support people with visual impairments to provide additional resources and support. My last point, monitoring and evaluation. Regularly monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of inclusion initiatives to identify areas for improvements. Thank you, honorable members. I'm done.
Open the floor up for question and answers. So the House will be asking Honorable Mapela questions and he will be responding. I'll only allow a maximum of 5 questions. Thank you. So is Honorable Nonhlanhla Maponya available? Are you available, ma'am? Okay. Wow. While we are still figuring that out, Q&A is open, ladies and gentlemen. You can pose questions to Honorable Mapela.
Is there a hand?
Nonhlanhla is here, but she said she's not prepared. She's not prepared. Honorable Mapel. And unfortunately, Nonhlanhla Maponya is not prepared. So I guess the House is, I want to say court adjourned. Is that what I say?
House is adjourned.
Yeah, the House is adjourned.
Speaker, talk to the microphone.
So the next item on the list is the panel 1 discussion that will be led by Mr. Kabelo Kekana. Thank you.
Sorry, just the mic.
So, please find out for me why is he not talking. What should I do?
Who?
Kabelo is
Let me ask the advisor.
Please call him again.
Honorable Kabelo Kekana, you're available.
Pardon, Honorable Speaker.
The next item I said was your panel discussion. So, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. There was supposed to be resource material provided to me, but I haven't gotten that yet.
Okay. I think it's coming, sir. I'm not sure.
So you're not the one who's supposed to be addressing teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, and HIV and AIDS? Oh, that's good. There, I will look at the moderator. Yeah. So the question. They don't have
Honorable Speaker, I don't know if you have heard my concern.
Yes, sir, I did, and I do acknowledge your concern. However, I'm unfortunately not responsible for the handout of resources. So, can anyone reply to that, or something? Can someone say something?
All right, thank you.
Panelists to be well situated, then for the panel discussion to commence. Does that work for every member? Okay. Panel members, may you please make your way forward. I believe your names are here, but you should be knowing it, honorable members. If you know that you're part of this panel, please proceed to the fore. We've got two learners, a departmental official, a life orientation educator, as well as a social DSD child line official, and an NGO, something too. Do we have everybody available for this panel? So, honorable members, the panelists, the panel moderator for this panel is Honorable Kabelo Kekana. Honorable Lino Jokani, Honorable Mahuba Nanaso. Are you available, honorable members, if you may just come to the fore? Right.
Are all members available? The House is adjourned for approximately 300 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in session.
Sorry, apologies. Is Honorable Liko Potoman around, maybe? And yeah, I think other than those, that's who we should be having. Is teacher Miss Siamtanda Singoto? Okay, Siabonga. Okay. Come here. Honorable Kegan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Order in the House. The Speaker is resuming.
So I'm so sorry for the misinformation and everything else. I just got informed now that we will be doing the first breakaway session, which is based on education and inclusivity. So it's based on education and access, right? So the first group will be going to, is it room 1? Committee room 1. Group 2 will be going to committee room 2. Group 3 will be going to committee room 3. The fourth group will be going to the auditorium, and the fifth group will remain here. And then we'll break away for 45 minutes. After those 45 minutes, when we come back, the panelists from Gabelokekana will be the ones who will address the House, and then afterwards we'll get feedback from these breakaway sessions. Does everybody understand what's going on? Okay, so what I'm saying is, we're going to have a breakaway session for 45 minutes, right? This is information that I also received right now. So we are going to have a breakaway session for 45 minutes, and it's based on the first commission, right? According to the program, this is the commission is the commission is based on education and access, right? So the first group will go to committee room 1 again, just to classify. Okay, we'll go to committee A. The second group will go to committee B. The third group will go to committee C, and the fourth group will go to the auditorium. The fifth group will remain in here. So we're going to break away and discuss for 45 minutes. After 45 minutes, Gabelokekana will come back with his members of the panel, and they will present to us, as your key speaker of your panel is not available at the moment, right? So you guys will, after those 45 minutes, you guys will come and address us as he will already be here, and then afterwards we're going to get responses from Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, and Group 5. Allegedly, everybody knows which group they are because you guys have received this information prior. If you do not know, please do address the main speaker. Thank you. Am I heard? So the House is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Do you mind doing that? No man can now.
Okay, no, it's fine. Let me ask Mrs. Tandile about it now, because I don't want to.
No, we're still live streaming.
No. Isn't it? Why is it showing the? So it shows
it's
even
gonna
when you
resume
have
right
says.
away. Does it resume when it?
The whole thing is for the whole day.
So does it resume live streaming?
The live streaming.
Oh, yeah, there. Ash.
Thank you.
Can everyone please have a seat? Thank you.
Honorable members, can I please have order in the House? We are rushing against time. Honorable members, can I please have order in my House? Can everybody grab a seat and please keep quiet? Ladies and gentlemen, please keep quiet so that we can proceed. Yes, please keep quiet so that we can proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are rushing against time. And for the convenience of the groups are allowed to sit in their own group. So group 1 together, group 2 together, group 3. If you guys are not seated in that particular order, it's also okay. So can I please call the honorable members of group 1 to come and present whatever they've discussed based on Commission 1. Thank you. Oh, another point I forgot to make is that each group has a maximum of 3 minutes to discuss as we are rushing against time, ladies and gents. I hear a can opening. I said that we only allow water and no cold drinks in my house. Thank you. So can group 1 please address the House? Thank you. The speakers from Group 1, are you guys going to present or should I move to the next group? I don't have time.
Afternoon, honorable members. I, Honorable Asaken Trombe, will be representing Group 1. Our topic is what challenges do blind people face in accessing quality education. Thousands of visually impaired learners in South Africa are being excluded from meaningful access to education and future employment opportunities due to persistent systemic barriers. This was the urgent message at the recent 2025 Principals Forum, a national platform that brings together principals from the country's 23 schools for the blind and partially sighted. Challenges faced by blind learners include limited access to learning materials. These challenges are when blind learners have no access to braillers, textbooks are not in braille, and they are not provided with the necessary learning materials. Other challenges is that teachers and lecturers are also not provided with the necessary qualifications or teachings in order for them to teach these blind learners. Another challenge is that peer acceptance poses also as a problem in learners accessing quality education, as they are not accepted in the environment, and that may further contribute to learners not wanting to be in the space, dropping out, and not being able to access education. Solutions could be learners should be provided with the necessary materials. Teachers should also be provided with the necessary materials to teach these learners, and also necessary information. Thank you.
Unfortunately, due to time, as I mentioned before, we will not have the opportunity to pose questions to Group 1. However, it would have been nice to do so. But we can now proceed to Group 2. Group 2, can you please present your whatever you've prepared for us? Thank you.
My name is Telo Kemp and I attend Athlone School for the Blind. I am from Western Cape, and our question is, are teachers equipped to teach visual impaired and blind kids? Teachers and lecturers aren't always ready to teach blind students because they often haven't had enough training on how to work with visual impaired learners, which can affect them, and what can also be a problem is having to deal with the resources that visual impaired learners. They also have a problem with the knowledge of Braille, with Braille displays, and with the technologies of the Braille learners. If teachers get training on how to describe things clearly and work with specialists like teachers of students with visual impairments, they can do a better job helping blind students in classes. They can use ways of teaching that involves touch and sound to help everyone learn. In South African schools, they are trying to make education more inclusive per student with the disabilities, so things are getting better, but there's still stuff that needs to happen. When teachers are equipped the right help, there is blind students that can be a part of education and have a good education, and most teachers who doesn't really get trained, they don't really teach correctly and know how to treat children correctly, so because they don't have the specialized training to teach. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I'd like to proceed to Group 3. Group 3, can you please present whatever you've prepared for us for Commission 1? Thank you.
Greetings, honorable members. My name is Pamela Musiana and I am from Prince of School in Gauteng. Our question, I am going to be the first speaker for our question, which is how can learning materials and classroom environments be adapted to meet the needs of blind learners? And when we talk about adapting, we talk about making them better so that it's easier for them to learn. We believe that textbooks need to be updated to the latest editions so that learners can have the latest learning information, and books need to be printed in Braille and in large print so that they are able to read the information. We believe that Braille note readers make it easy for Braille learners to be able to read, and they won't need to carry a lot of books, because Braille learners have a lot of textbooks which are in many volumes, which makes it hard for them to walk around in school because the bags are heavy. And we also believe that more computer skills should be taught in school so that learners have access to soft copy notes, which will make them carry less physical textbooks and notes. Thank you.
Can hear you, sir. If what? If Nika is
I'm going to
here.
be the second speaker of Commission 3. My name is Nanasom Hoover from Setotolwane School in Limpopo Province. When we talk about adapting the classroom environment, we talk about bettering it for the good of the visually impaired people. The Commission thinks that there should be lockers at the back of the room so that all visually impaired people can put their books inside. And all the desks should not be closer together because they will bump against the desk and hit each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 3. Because of time, we will not have time for another speaker. If there was another speaker, I really apologize. We are truly rushing against time. I'm sorry, but she cannot present, ma'am. I do not have time. We have to be out of here by 5 o'clock. And we need to have a Gavelo's panel also present something for us. So can members from Group 4, can you please present whatever you've prepared for us in 3 minutes' time? So by 38 minutes past 4, you should be done.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Ayanda. Greetings, everyone. My name is Ayanda Sia, and I'm from Commission 4. And our question was, what role can peers, family, and communities play in supporting the educational success of blind students? So, roles of peers. When working in teams, peers can help each other with productivity by using simple diction and dictating to blind learners what to do exactly. Peers can help blind learners to feel included in social activities. Families can provide emotional support and early encouragement by encouraging their child to dream bigger and not to feel limited by their disability. They can also help with homework, that is, if resources able them to. And then communities can help create a positive attitude about blind learners, and they can provide resources if possible. And community groups can offer extra support and opportunities for blind learners, and successful blind people in the community can serve as positive role models. Thank you.
Are we on Group 5? Okay. Can the next group please present whatever they've prepared for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our question was, what innovation or policy changes could improve inclusion? The ideas we came up with was to strengthen the white paper policy. We demand accountability and action. Our first priority must be fixing the gap between policy and reality. Our white paper and plans for inclusion schools often exist only on paper, never built because of funding, excuses, and poor execution. We need to enforce actual we need to enforce actual implementation by requiring timelines and budget transparency in terms of budget and actual execution. Okay, number 2 is reforming education and training. The best thing we came up with was requiring teachers to actually go through a course, a specialized course if they would like to educate people with special needs by learning Braille, firstly, so that they don't need to employ someone and they actually can relate to the student, making teaching faster and also for the students understanding a lot easier. We need to prioritize technology and access. We need to equip students for the modern academic world. Technology is a great equalizer, and by this I mean what we deem mandatory is for students in high school, all the way from grade 8 to 12, to have mandatory computer literacy lessons. This is to decrease the amount or the numerous technologies and just bring it down to a laptop, and also to basically decrease the friction between high school and uni so that students can adapt with ease without struggling and falling behind in classes. So we think that computer literacy will help improve that. Like if you are able to use a laptop, properly, then you can better improve your academics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for your presentations. They were all very impactful. However, like I mentioned before, due to time, because we are pressed for time, we will not be having a Q&A session because we should be out of here by 5 o'clock. So the last item on today's agenda is the panel discussion that is led by Honorable Kabelo Kekana. So the House has been adjourned for approximately 120 seconds just for the panel to gather and to get each other, and so that we can just get live, so that we can get them to know who's where, who's doing what, and yeah. So 120 seconds off, and panel members, please gather, and yeah, we'll come back in 2 minutes or so. Thank you.
They are seated when you require them to speak, and then you're going to switch on their mics. Chief, you've got less than 18 minutes.
So should I limit my follow-up questions because that's going to consume time? Yes. Okay, it's fine.
Can I please have order in the House? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have order in the House? 120 seconds has passed.
You might just go.
Hello? Can everybody hear me? Okay, can I please have order in the House? 120 seconds have passed. Honorable Kabelo Kekana, the floor is yours, sir. And can I kindly state that you have approximately 12 minutes to present to us along with your panelists, and then we can do the close off and then we're done for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm gonna be doing the panel discussion questions, and so when I call out your name, you should be ready to answer the question that I'm gonna ask you. My first panelist is Lino Jokani, female from Kanyisa School. And the question I have for you is, can you share how teenage pregnancy, GBV, or HIV and AIDS have affected your school experience and participation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Lino Jokani. I will be answering on teenage pregnancy because of time. Teenage pregnancy has affected my school in many ways. For example, there was a year where 3 learners were pregnant and one of them had to drop out because of responsibilities that they had to attend to. And our last girl that was pregnant, she was treating learners with no respect, and our teachers asked that we should not be talking about her pregnancy, so that we can be able to contain how people will be treating her as she was pregnant as a teenager. I thank you.
Your mic is not on.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer. My next panelist is Mohuba Nanaso, a male from Situtulani School, and my question to you today is, what support do you think schools and communities should provide to learners facing these challenges? These challenges, we mean teenage pregnancy, GBV, and HIV and AIDS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When we talk about teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, and HIV and AIDS, we must know that these are not just issues we read about. They affect real people in real schools. Even one of us know a family member or a friend that has struggled with one of these issues. So I think communities should not discriminate against teenage pregnancy. They should support and they should help those with babies when they are young. And all the teenagers with children should not feel ashamed of going to school, because education is a right. They should not have to travel long distances just to get health reports. Schools should cooperate with clinics so that they could work together. They should have social workers in the school so that they can support the teenagers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comprehensive answer again. I'm now going to move to the third panelist, Mr. Liko Butterman, the DBE Director for Social Cohesion and Equity in Education. And I'm going to have 2 questions, and I'll need you to answer them as quick as possible for the sake of time. My first question is, what current DBE policies or programs directly address teenage pregnancy and GBV in schools?
Thank you very much, Chair. as far as the Department of Basic Education is concerned, at a policy level, we now have a policy for HIV prevention and management. We also have a policy for the management and prevention of early unintended pregnancies in schools. In the classroom, we offer comprehensive sexuality education in life orientation, which teaches young people about ways that they can protect themselves, firstly by delaying sexual debut, secondly by ensuring that they practice healthy and safe sexual practices, and then they report sexual abuse and harassment in schools. And outside of the classroom, we ensure that young people must be engaged in co-curricular programs.
I'm so sorry for disrupting, so can you please move the mic a bit away from your mouth, because there's a bit of a gulu sound. I'm sorry
Is
for
it?
that.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So outside of the classroom, as I was saying, we are saying that young people should also then be included in co-curricular programs of gender empowerment and building self-esteem, and just ensuring that there's peer education amongst young people. Because we understand that reporting sexual abuse should not be a responsibility that is given to children. It is an aided exercise. It therefore means that you need more than just yourself to be able to report sexual abuse and sexual harassment in schools. In a nutshell, in the interest of time, Chair, that's what I would cover for now. Thanks.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer again. So I would request that for all the upcoming speakers, they're going to have like 2 questions, so may we please clap after the second question for the sake of time. And my second question to you, Honorable Member, is how can DBE ensure these policies are effectively implemented in both urban and rural schools, given that rural and urban areas are not equally provided with resources?
Sure. I think one of the things that we're going to need to do as a country is to identify where the need is. Because contrary to the position of this question, there are also very good practices that we're finding in rural schools and in rural communities in this country. So I think what is going to be important, Chair, is for us to check in those rural schools what has worked and what has worked well, so that we're able to then generalize it to other parts of the country that are rural. And equally, there are urban schools that have done terribly and so poorly when it comes to management of sexual abuse and harassment in schools. And I think you've seen these on social media. And so we also have to diagnose what the issues have been. I think for the most part, Chair, it has always been that the management protocols are not followed properly. So what we'll need to do is to work with both rural and urban schools to ensure that the protocols that have been set out by the Department of Basic Education are followed, and that children understand what they can expect from the system. Because at the moment, children don't know what they can expect. Yes, they are ready to report. As we have been seeing on social media, they do report sexual abuse and harassment in schools. But in terms of expectation from the system, it is uneven and it is not the same and across the country. So we need to ensure that what children can expect and what they are given are the same thing.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move to the 4th panelist, life orientation teacher, Ms. Siamtanda Sinkoto, Kanyisa Special School, Eastern Cape. So, my honorable member, my first question is, what challenges do teachers face in delivering comprehensive sexuality education effectively?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Samantha Samtanda Singota, as stated by the Speaker. I greet you all.
There are quite a number of challenges that teachers face in the classroom when it comes to sexual education, but one of them being religious and cultural sensitivities, as we often find that in the classroom there are different religions and there are different cultures, and often they create a boundary on what can be said in class and what cannot be shared. Parents also feel that sometimes teachers are motivating learners to be sexually active when in fact they are teaching them how to protect themselves and how to be safe. Another challenge that I might state is the fact that teachers are often not taught on how to deliver the content. Life orientation in schools is not taken seriously and is often given to teachers that are not trained to teach life orientation. As a result, they do not feel comfortable to teach sexual education. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer. My second question is, how can schools strengthen learner confidence to speak openly about GBV, sexuality, and HIV prevention?
Thank you very much for the question. I think schools need to create safe spaces for learners. Often teachers will speak about learners in the staff rooms, they speak about learners with their peers, and I think that also makes the learners be afraid to speak out as they fear that it might be shared with other staff members. So I think teachers need to take it seriously that whatever is being said in their classroom is for their classroom alone, and once a learner opens up, it means that they trust them and they should not be sharing it with other teachers. Also, I think it's important that we empower learners through knowledge. I feel that sometimes learners aren't willing to listen to us as teachers as they feel that we are older, do not understand, but if we empower their peers, they will feel more comfortable to speak to them. Thank you.
Thank you for that fantastic answer.
Honorable Kekana, unfortunately, sir, we've run out of time. If there was anything else, I believe that all your speakers who had to present have presented. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to apologize for the event that took place this morning. I promise we are not disorganized people. We, just like any other house, we were faced with challenges. And we promise tomorrow we're going to have a better parliament, a bit more order, and we just promise to do better on our side. We want to thank all the students for being prepared, for coming prepared, and most importantly, for participation. We want to thank you for understanding that this is done to voice out your opinions and thoughts. And lastly, if I'm going against anybody's religion, please, I do apologize, but I want to thank God for this gathering that we had today, because without him, this would have not been possible. I want to thank all relevant stakeholders for participating. I want to thank the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for hosting us, for understanding our queries, and also we want to thank you for for hosting us very warm. We do feel at home and we do feel comfortable. And we also want to thank you for understanding that we do need extra help for putting a team together that will help us move around. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope to see all of you here tomorrow again at 8 o'clock sharp. And next time, tomorrow we will try and run a house that runs on time. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, the house has been adjourned till tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.